Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is November 14th, 2024. Time now is 9:04 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Prater to my left and Mr. Ledoux to my right. The panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Staff, would you please introduce yourself for the record? Today, our remote location is Louisiana Transition Center. Would the staff there please introduce themselves for the record?
My name is Vanessa Staten.
Okay. And Ms. LATONYA Williams, we're here for a hearing on her today.
Okay.
I don't see her.
I'm fixing to change the camera.
Okay.
She's coming to the camera now. Have a seat in the blue chair.
Good morning, Ms. Williams. Would you please state your full name and DOC number for the record?
My name is LaTonya Williams, and my DOC number is 720854.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. We're going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. We're going to give you a chance to speak. You're going to tell us what you did to get in jail and why you think you deserve to be let out today. We're going to ask the warden for some comments. We're going to allow some supporters, and then we'll conduct the interview and take the vote. So let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration LaTonya Williams. LaTonya.
Yes, sir.
DOC,
Yes, sir.
DOC number 720854, who's a third felony offender, who's been convicted of operating a vehicle while intoxicated, fourth offense, on June 13th, 2023, and sentenced to serve 10 years in Caddo Parish. The parole eligibility date is April 16th, 25. Your good time date is January 16th, 26, and your full term date is October 16th, 32. That sounds correct to you?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. So go ahead and tell us now, what have you done to get yourself in trouble, and why should we release you today?
Could you repeat that for me, please?
What have you done to get yourself where you're at? And why do you think today's a good day for us to vote to grant you parole? What have you done to change things around?
Well, I have two classes. I have definitely learned from my mistake. I took classes, like I said, and I stayed out of trouble. I haven't got any trouble in the past 2 years. I've been doing everything that I should do. And on my free time, I get on the tablet and I do classes on the tablet also.
All right. Ward, do you have any input for us on Ms. Williams?
Do I have any input?
Yeah, like the warden.
No. Do I have anything to say to the warden? No, sir.
Warden, if she has anything to tell us about your behavior in prison, the classes you've done, things like that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not the warden. I'm one of the building coordinators. I was just facilitating the hearing.
Okay. You don't have any input on that side? All right.
I do not.
Okay. Today we have in support of your release, we have Tachina Williams, the sister of the offender who would like to speak. Tachina, would you go ahead?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Tashina Williams, and I am LaTonya's sister. I am representing our family. We are in full support of her release if it is granted by the Louisiana Board of Pardons and Paroles. We are prepared to be her accountability partner to support her in her transition. as well as to support her as she gets a job and transition back into family life at home in Shreveport.
Thank you.
Mhm.
We also have a family member, Miss Yolanda Williams. Would you like to speak? Step up to the podium and go ahead and tell us what you got done.
I am Yolanda Williams. I am her sister as well. I live here in Baton Rouge. So I decided to come down today as my older sister stated. We are in support of her. We do see where she's made a change. We will support her as she transitions home. She does have kids. We're concerned about her kids because she's concerned about them as well. We feel that she is ready and continue to support it, and we are.
Thank you. We do not have anybody here requesting to speak in opposition, but we do have opposition from law enforcement. The judge is opposed. The district attorney is strongly opposed and wrote a letter to oppose it. The sheriff is strongly opposed and wrote a letter of opposition. The chief is opposed. The attorney general is opposed, stating DWI on parole. You committed DWI while on parole and you're a habitual offender in the attorney general's office. So you don't have a lawyer here present. I don't see any lawyer, so we're going to move on to the case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, and he's going to be asking you a few questions, and he's going to be the one to cast the first vote.
Okay, Ms. Williams, I hope you're doing okay today.
Hello, I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Fine, thank you. How many times have you been arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol?
I have been arrested 3 times.
3 or 4?
3. I have been arrested 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. And 4. I'm sorry, 4.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get straight here. And what was your sentence this time? What were you sentenced?
I was sentenced to 10 years hard labor.
And how much time have you actually been in jail?
I've been in jail 2 years.
Okay. All right, so you've been in jail a 5th of the time and you got 4 DWIs. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what's changed. Your sister, who they know you, and they say they've seen a real change in you. Well, I didn't know you previously, but when you come before this board with something like a 4th DWI, and we vote to let you out, that's taking a tremendous responsibility on us as a board, because our first issue that we deal with is public safety, what's best for the public. Okay, and so although we're very interested in you, let me ask you this: what kind of substance abuse classes have you taken into?
I've taken risk management. It's a substance abuse class here in Tallulah. It's a 6-month class. I learned a lot in there. She taught me how to come back out and live life like I'm supposed to, and that's what I want to do.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
I don't have any questions. I would like to make note to the staff there that Ms. Williams may need to continue doing some more substance abuse treatment.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I am gonna get the Vivitrol shot, and that helps me. It helps me with my opiates. So and I think it's for a year. It lasts a year, and I go every year and get that shot. And someone here is gonna help me get that shot. I'm in the MET program, and they help you with that. to make sure you stay on the right track.
Thank you for that information.
Yes.
Good.
And I have taken the classes to prepare myself for release and to also get a job.
All right, thank you. You ready to vote? All right, Mr. Prater, you first.
Okay, I appreciate what your sister said. I appreciate everything you've done and the attitude that you have and the remorse for your actions in the past. I'm sorry, but I can't vote to give you, to parole you at this time, having served such a short portion of a long sentence and with the opposition that we have. I think you need to continue to work on yourself and work on what the problem is, but for the interest of public safety, I just can't say that I would vote in favor. So I'm voting it be denied.
My vote is to deny based on public safety concerns.
And my vote is to deny based on the public safety concerns also and a law enforcement opposition. Ms. Williams, today your parole has been denied. Just continue to work on it and apply again later after you've done a little more time. This concludes our business with Ms. Williams today.
Thank you. Please go ahead and, um,
All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is November 14th, 2024. My name is Danny Barra, serving as chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Prater to my left, Ms. Ledoux to my right. We're at DOC headquarters, and our remote location is the Transition Center. Today we have a hearing for Haley Cedotal. Ms. Cedotal, would you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number?
Haley Cedotal, 623260.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of how it works. I'm going to read some information about you into the record and give you a chance to, then we'll give you a chance to speak. You make your statements toward us about why you're in trouble and why you think today would be a good day to release you. Then we'll allow public comments. So you have one person here in support, Eugene Stevens. He'll talk at the appropriate time. And then we'll conduct a parole interview. Ms. Ledoux has been assigned your case. She's going to take the lead on it. So we'll begin with your hearing today. Today we have for parole consideration Haley Cedotal, DOC number 623260, who's a fourth felony offender who's been convicted of possession of Schedule I heroin, possession of Schedule III Suboxone, possession of Schedule I heroin. And on July 12, 23 and August 17, 24, was sentenced to serve 4 years hard labor consecutive, and another 4 years in Iberville Parish. Parole eligibility date is May 10th, 2025. Your good time date is February 28th, 26, and your full term date is May 11th, 31. That sounds correct to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so now it's your turn. Tell us, what did you do to get yourself in jail, and what are you working on, and what did you do since that we should consider a release for you early?
Well, unfortunately, I was a drug addict, and made a lot of bad choices, and had to come to prison to get sober. My main objective now is to remain sober. While I've been here, I was put into a reentry class, that got canceled. I've been trying to get into a substance abuse class, but unfortunately I have not. I have been working the last 8 months in the kitchen, keeping myself busy. I haven't been in any trouble. Just keeping my nose clean and doing what I'm supposed to do. My main goal now is to hopefully get out and keep myself from relapsing, which I would have, a good relapse prevention plan, which would be AA, sober living, IOP, something of that sort, and just staying on the right track.
Today we have in support your father,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Eugene Stevens. Would
Yes,
you
sir.
go ahead and take the podium and give us your whatever you want to tell us?
It's the first time I've ever been something like this. And hoping never have to do it again. She has been something like, I had a stroke like and it's all beyond me, I say, very hard for me. I'm not condemning her. What she did wrong, I'm trying to tell. She got the first son, didn't listen. But I think on the right track, where she is gonna she's gonna Hope you have enough. What?
Thank you very much. All right. We don't have anybody here wishing to speak in opposition, but we do have opposition from the judge's office who says that you've had multiple chances to correct your behavior, including drug court and probation. And we also have opposition from the Attorney General's office. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so she's going to start out with the first question.
Haley, what is the longest period that you have been incarcerated?
Right now, which is like 19 months or 18 months.
Right. You're a fourth felony offender, and the longest you have served is 18 months.
Yes, ma'am.
In my personal opinion, probably you would be better today if you had had to serve earlier on.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
When the Attorney General's office said, or the sheriff's, whoever, said that you had multiple opportunities to do better, you really, really have. You were in home grace and you were dismissed there. You had at least 2 probation violations. What was the active warrant that they picked you up on for this last time? So what I read in your report is that they saw you, knew who you were, knew you had an active warrant, and stopped, detained you, and arrested you. What was that active warrant?
I think it was for a ticket. I don't think it was like something minor. It wasn't anything that I was like running from. I think it was a ticket, honestly.
The fact that that police officer knew who you were and knew how much trouble you had been in, you know, that concerns me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So if I understand correctly, you have not had any classes since you've been there?
No, ma'am. I've been trying. I sent a letter from the court saying that, you know, they recommended me for substance abuse, and I was actually denied to go to work release because they were putting me in a substance abuse class, but I never was able, I never started the class. So, and then, like I said, they started a reentry class that we had 2 or 3 classes, and then they stopped the class for everybody. So I'm not sure. I mean, I've been trying to get into class.
That too. So no one has requested classes. I saw
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
I read your entire file, and I think I know what you need. It's not what you want necessarily, but I think I know what you need. So I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Prater?
No.
I got a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
What is your plan? Where do you plan on living if we were to release you?
I'm sober living.
What sober living?
I'm not sure yet. Whenever I get closer to I was supposed to go to sober living through Woodlake, and then I ended up coming to prison. But I plan on going to sober living. I just haven't. When I get closer to my time, and I think I would do good in sober living.
And what's your sobriety plan? How do you plan on staying sober if you were to be released?
Sober living is probably going to be my best bet, because I would still have, people to answer to. I would still have to check in. I would still have to take random drug tests. I would still have to be held accounted for everything I'm doing. And I would start.
Have you been to that same sober living program before?
No, sir.
You know a bunch about it. Have you been to it?
No, sir, I just know about it from whenever I went through drug court, which I did complete drug court.
So how do you know that Super Living would actually take you? That you've talked, you said you were talking to them before?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they'll take me. I was supposed to go when I finished Woodlake recovery right before I came here. So, I mean, I would try to go back to the same one through Woodlake in Baton Rouge.
Executive session. Okay. Yeah, can I get a vote?
Steve Frame,
Yes.
Dana Barrow,
Yes.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yes. Steve Frame,
Yes.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Dana Barrow.
Yes. All right, we're out of executive session. The meeting's called back to order at 9:37 a.m. And we are going to begin with the vote. Ms. Ledoux, you assign the cake.
Haley, sometimes the best things for us are not exactly what's pleasant. My vote is going to be to deny today. And you know, the biggest victim in this is going to be your father. And I really hate that for him. Haley, you need to spend some time and get some programming. Staff, are you listening to right now?
I am, and I'm making notes as well.
Please. This offender should be on a very high priority for your most intensive substance abuse program that you offer. And if you're unable to get her in, I would even request her to be moved to a facility where she can receive some intense substance abuse programming. Not only is this for the public safety, but for you, Haley. I know this sounds like punishment, but it's really not. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
And I vote to concur with my colleagues. You need more substance abuse treatment before you come up.
Yes, sir.
So today your parole has been denied, and this is going to conclude our business over at the Louisiana Transition Center. We're adjourning at 9:38 a.m.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Who is that? Come on, let's have a seat right there. What line you came off of?
9 to 10.
You took your brother out. You shipped
No,
him?
they was shipping me.
Oh, that's right. You was on the list.
All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is November 14th, 2024. Time is 9:44 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. Mr. Prater to my left and Mr. Ledoux to my right. The panel today at headquarters and our remote location is East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. We're taking up a hearing on Mr. QUANTRELL STEVENSON. Would you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number for the record?
It's TREMON FOSTER. TREMON FOSTER, 287 Elder Street,
TREMON FOSTER.
286.
So you're not QUANTRELL STEVENSON?
No, sir.
Okay, hang on. We just need to move over to him.
No, tell him bring Quantrell, take him out and bring Quantrell back.
All right, we need to get QUANTRELL up first. We have his witnesses and stuff in the.
Okay.
Take you next.
Yes, sir.
We just have a seat right there. Yeah, because they won't see him first because they got witnesses. Just have a seat right there.
All right, are you Mr. QUANTRELL Stevenson?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you state your full name and DOC number for the record?
QUANTRELL STEVENSON, 614059.
All right. I'm gonna give you a brief explanation. Wait, we got a revocation here. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Do you see your signature on that sheet?
Yes, sir.
And you did not request appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead on and begin the hearing. I'm gonna go over the violation that you have, and I'm gonna ask you to either plead guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. That's the three options you have. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So on the first one, that's the. Thank you. You were arrested on August 12, 2024 by the Baton Rouge Police Department for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. The East Baton Rouge District Attorney's Office no bill these charges. How do you plead to that?
Guilt.
With the statement?
With a statement.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn this hearing over to Mr. Prater, who's gonna ask you to give you. Oh, sorry. Messing up all along. We have a witness. Before we do that, we have a witness here who would like to speak. Miss Revocation? Davis. Miss Davis, would you please go to the podium and tell us what you have to say.
Okay, on August 12th, the day he was arrested, we was having a disagreement. One of my kids, my oldest son, Perkins Williams, he called the police and told the police that QUANTRELL had pointed a gun at me, which was not true. My oldest son, Cortez, he has some mental health problems. He take, medication for it. He take Kelsden and methylphenidate, which is bipolar and ADHD medication. And at the time, I had told the police that Cortez's statement was not true, that QUANTRELL did not point a gun at me. And they still had took the gun. I had bought a gun because he had recently went to jail in 2019 because me and the kids stayed by ourselves. So I had to bought a gun for protection for me and the kids. And now that all this is going on, I no longer wish to have a gun in our household.
Anybody has, yeah.
I need to ask you a question. How many sons do you have?
I have 3 sons.
Okay, and the one that has challenges is how old?
He's 11.
And the one that called the police?
He's 11. That's the same one, Cortez.
Okay, so he is the same one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there another son there that witnessed this?
I have 3 sons, Cortez, Christian, and Royalty.
Okay.
And they all was there when he called the police.
When Cortez called the police?
Yes, sir. But nobody witnessed QUANTRELL pointing a gun at me. They never hit me.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I got a question though. Did you have the gun during the argument and not him?
No,
There was no gun present during the argument?
no. The gun was in the closet. Actually, when the police came, I was headed to work by the time they made it there. And once he called me and told me that the police was at the house, they had made me find the gun. The gun was deep down in the closet. And they had made me find it.
So the police report says that you had it in your pocket. He took it from you.
No,
How you think that got like that?
No, they lied. The gun was in the closet. It was deep down in the closet. They made me look for it. When I pulled back up to the apartment complex, they asked me where my gun was at, and I was like, my gun in the house. And they was like, well, you have to come get it because we can't come get it. So I went in the house and I had to find the gun. And by that time, they had already had QUANTRELL in the back of the police car when I made it there.
How did the police get the idea the gun was in your pocket? Did your son just dream this up and tell them? Or did the police lie?
My son, he's mentally ill, and I don't know if I know my son lied and said that he pointed a gun at me. I know that was a lie, but I never heard nothing about the gun was in my pocket. This is my first time hearing it, actually.
So how often do you and QUANTRELL have those kind of fights?
Well, he had actually just came home in July.
That was your first fight?
Yeah.
But you telling me that you're not scared of him whatsoever?
Oh, we was actually about to get married August 19th. A week before this happened.
And you're recommending that he get released today?
That's not being paid. We have a child together.
I'm just trying to make sure what's going on. So yes?
Yeah.
I'll just let you know, that's not what we see in our record.
Well,
Okay.
this is my first time ever hearing that the gun was in my pocket. All they told me was that he pointed it at me. And I know when I made it back to the house, they told me, well, you have to come get it because we can't look for it. So I had went in the closet and I had got it. But they had already had him in the car before I even looked for it. They had him in the car as soon as I pulled it.
I'm just saying that there's we have a record of multiple call outs by the police to your location. As far as you said, you didn't have many arguments. The police have been called to your location several times, according to this. So,
No, ma'am. On that day?
not that day, in the past couple of years.
On July 25th.
I'm just letting you know what information.
It probably was kids playing on the phone with it. That was the first time they ever came to my door.
All right. Is that all the questions? All right. That's all the questions we have for you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Brady, you want to follow up on with him?
Yes. Mr. Stevenson, I got just a couple of questions. When did you get paroled this time?
June 27, 2024.
June 27th.
Yes, sir.
And how many days were you out before you got revoked?
37.
So you were out just a month and get revoked to go back in? And you
Yes,
had
sir.
to go back to jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long, have you ever, can you tell me about the relationships that you have with your fiance? Have the police ever been called to y'all's house before?
No, sir. I
Never?
wasn't home nothing but 37 days.
Prior to you going to jail, had the police ever been called to your house?
For disagreement or something?
Yes.
No, sir. On record, I never have, I don't have no domestic disputes against her. None of that.
Okay.
I've never been charged with nothing like that.
Well, he didn't ask you if you were charged. He asked you if the police ever been there.
You talking about prior to this arrest?
Yeah. Okay. There's all kinds of stuff that's
Wait,
not
hold on.
filling in the gaps here.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yeah, go
Chairman.
ahead.
She keeps calling for attention. It's distracting me.
Now that he said the question again, you mean like in 2018 before? you
Well,
went to
we
jail?
don't, we're
We
talking,
have everything.
Oh,
we
yeah.
need to talk to him.
I'm sorry, but when you repeated the question.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go back. Have the police ever been called to your house on domestic situations while you're with this lady that you're now that you're in jail over? Have they ever been there called because of y'all's relationship?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many times?
Like probably once or twice.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, there's some things I'm trying, maybe you can help me. There's some things I'm trying to get into the record, but I don't want to,
Can't consider anything prior to this.
right. So do you have any questions that you could help me to do this? I know what I'm trying to say, but I don't want to say something inappropriate.
Now, how about I call for executive session?
Okay.
Steve Prater,
Yes, please.
Danny Myros,
Yes.
Gary.
Yeah.
I get sick.
Okay.
All right,
Yes.
Anybody else?
yes,
Yes.
it's 9:59 a.m. and we're calling the meeting back to order. And Mr. Quantrell, we're gonna give you one final statement to tell us why you think you should not be revoked today.
I know I haven't made mistakes in the past, but I really understand that jail is not for me. Like, I want to be out there to be able to raise my kids and live my life with my fiance, not get in no more trouble. And I would thank you if you grant me my freedom back, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
All right. We ready to vote? Yes. All right, Mr. Prater, the case has been assigned to you. You can vote first.
Okay, I think that parole, when you get out on parole, that you have a responsibility to avoid the appearance of impropriety. And what that simply means is you got to do even better than everybody else is expected, because you got rules to live by. And I don't think you live by those rules. I believe this incident occurred. I believe that you had possession of a firearm. And for those reasons, I'm going to vote to revoke.
Mr. June?
A standard condition of parole is that you not have access to an unsecured weapon. You were living in a home with an unsecured weapon and you're a convicted felon. So that is a direct violation. That is rule number 5. Find you guilty. Back to revoke.
And I'll concur with my colleagues on this. Well, today, your parole has been revoked. This will conclude our business with Mr. Quantrell Williams today. Thank you.
Okay. No problem.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, Treaty.
hey, they ain't never popped a thing on it yet.
Huh?
You know,
Who that is?
my sister.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh?
Huh? Yeah, they ain't never popped on it yet.
Oh, okay. I'm at work.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Yeah, I was just finna get shipped. Yeah, they was finna ship me just now.
For real, Tron?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just finna go up the road. I had to tell the people to call, for the call and check on the thing for me.
Okay, I think they mute me. Hold on, Tremon.
All right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is November 14th, 2024. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Prater and Ms. Ledoux. Our panel is located at Baton Rouge headquarters, and our remote location is East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. We have today Mr. TREMON FOSTER. Would you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number for the record? We can't hear you.
All right. Tremon Foster, 589933.
All right, Mr. Foster. Do you see a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you see that you signed that form?
Yes,
That's
sir.
your signature on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and by that form, it was determined that you're not eligible for appointed counsel today at the hearing. So we're gonna just go ahead and proceed with the hearing.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna review a violation with you, and I'm gonna ask you to admit or deny the violation, or you can plead guilty with a statement, meaning you wanna tell us about it. So that's your three options: guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty.
Okay.
For the first one is condition number 4. Parole officer alleges that you failed to refrain from criminal conduct as evidenced by your arrest on 5/5/24 for the charge of domestic abuse battery. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty.
All right. And condition number 10, that you're currently $630 in arrears on your supervision fee.
I'm gonna say guilty with a statement.
All right.
I was working, and then I was trying to find a job, but then I was working, and I was working for a temp service at first. But right before I got incarcerated, I had just got a job at Benadello's across the river.
All right, let's talk about homicide case. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the information from you. What, on condition number 4 that you pled not guilty to, what do you have to say about that one?
I was just, me and my baby mama was getting into it about a phone, about her going in my phone. I had my phone in her name, and she was just mad at me about that. We had been arguing about it, about me talking to other women and stuff like that. And that's why all this came about. She had been mad about stuff she been finding in my phone.
So you trying to say that it was just an argument? There was no fighting, no hitting, no slapping, no nothing?
No, sir, I never hit her.
So okay, we'll deal with that. The police report says that there was some contact in there during that argument. Slap across the face from behind her seated position.
Yeah, they said I hit her, but I never hit her. I've been dealing with her for 20 years. We ain't never had that problem before ever. She was just mad about the phone situation, and called the people on me. I was walking to her mom's house after that, and that's when they came and picked me up.
The officers observed marks on her cheek and lines on her face that looked like appeared to be an open palm slap is what the officer called it.
I never put my hands on it, sir.
All right. What about condition number 10, when you pled guilty to that one? With
Uh,
the,
yeah, I was in between jobs and working. See, it went up since I've been in here, but right before I came, I had just got a permanent job. I had a temp service job at first, but the permanent job I was working at Benadelo's across the river in Addis, Louisiana. Addis. I had just got a job, a permanent job.
we're gonna go on and let's hear from Miss Cedrica Foster.
How you doing? Yes, sir.
Good. Let you go ahead and tell us what you have to say about the whole thing.
I'm TREMON Foster, younger sister, Cedrica Foster. Far as like his probation fees and stuff, I'm willing to help him take care of those fees if needed today. And far as the situation with him and his baby mother, I just want to say I've been knowing her for a while too, and she's the jealous type, so she likes to go into his phones and stuff and look for information. So they always have a nitpick little arguments, and she'll call and tell me about it. So, and me and her still keep in contact to this day because we're still good friends. And she don't, they don't have any problems. She told me too as well, it was just a disagreement. And I know my brother as well. I don't, he wouldn't put his hands on females or nothing like that because he know the situation that we went through with our mother. So he understands that point of view. It's just that she's just so, she's to the point where she loves to start arguments. And I tell him all the time that, that they don't need to be together. They need to split ways. He need to, focus on himself and just, be single for a while to get himself together. But she's, so that's why I know that he wouldn't do nothing like that. He's never been aggressive to us, and we his sisters. He never put his hands on us before. We don't have any arguments. I mean, I'm the baby of the family. He takes care of me. Like he's here with us all the time. So I just what I want to come on here and just let y'all guys know he have his own place. He don't stay with nobody else. He have his own place. That his grass and stuff right now is looking a mess in his yard. I'm always here to help him. He had just got a job. And we need him on to continue to help me. That's why I'm willing to help him. So if his fees, I can pay that for him if needed.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Foster.
Yes, sir.
What's your current relationship with Brittany Johnson?
That's my baby mama. I've been knowing her for 20 years, and we all right. I haven't been talking to her since this happened. I ain't really been talking to her since. But yeah, we were straight before that. And it's just this right here just broke us apart, me being in jail, being incarcerated. But we have a 14-year-old daughter together.
And what would be your plan for the relationship with her if you were to get out?
I think it's over with between me and her. I just want to deal with me and my daughter. I have a 14-year-old daughter that needs me.
And I don't mean to cut you out guys off, but I spoke to her about the situation as well. I told her that I could be like they communicate if needed, where he don't even need to speak to her. If he need to take care of his child, I could deal with all the dealings with it.
All right. Any questions, Fran? Any questions, Mr. Jim?
I just have one question. During this time of probation or parole, have you had any sanctions against you since you were released in 2022?
No, ma'am.
No sanctions by your parole officer? Your probation?
No, ma'am. My parole officer, we was straight. We was good. She ain't never had no problems with me or nothing. I came seen the on time, every time, and everything.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Foster, I'm gonna give you the final word before we take the vote. Do you have anything else you want to add to this case before we vote on it?
Yes, you don't have to worry about me going out there and doing nothing. I just need to go out there so I can take care of my family and my daughter. I have a 14-year-old. She need me. She need me in her life. I did a lot of time, and my mama was a victim of domestic violence. My daddy killed her. And I'll never do that to a woman.
What they do in that city courtroom? They're in their paper.
All right. Thank you for that input. I guess it's time to vote. I am assigned.
Did you say you never had any other sanctions?
Yeah.
This time or?
You know, in there in that city courtroom.
Simmons? Yes, he did.
I know, I thought he had two.
I did too. I thought.
I don't know where I'm getting that.
Okay, I'm.
If we do, we need executive session. All right. All right, we are ready to vote. I'm assigned the case. I do the first vote. Based on the findings at the preliminary hearing and the police report and the documents from the police department about the marks and the bruises, I find that you're guilty of being involved in a domestic altercation with her. And for that reason, I am going to have to vote to revoke your parole today. Fred?
I concur.
Sir, my vote is to revoke, based on evidence of, violation of conditions of parole.
Mr. Foster, this concludes our hearing today and the findings of the parole. Your parole has been revoked. This concludes our business with you today. Thank you.
Yeah, but we're gonna send them all back.
Good.
It's.
All right, the Committee on Parole is called back to order. Date's November 14th, the time is 10:29. We're still at the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison, and we're doing a hearing on Mr. Johnny Simmons. Mr. Simmons, would you please introduce yourself and tell us your DOC number for the record? Can't hear you.
You gotta punch your
It's
button.
on mute.
I don't think he got it.
He's not on.
Yeah, I'm Frederick Jackson, 598-748.
Can we speak to Johnny Simmons?
Can we get Johnny? Johnny Simmons. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you Johnny Simmons?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you please state your full name and DOC number for the record?
Johnny Simmons, 745-269.
All right, Mr. Simmons. You see a parole questionnaire there in front of you?
That paper in front?
Oh, yes, sir.
Is that your signature on it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Basically, that paper indicates that you do not meet the guidelines for appointed counsel for this hearing. So we're going to just go ahead and continue on with the hearing. I'm going to read the violations against you and ask you to plead guilty or not guilty with the state or guilty with a statement. 3 choices on each one. Don't try to explain each one as I ask you. We're going to come back to that after we go through all of them. So the parole officer contends that you violated condition number 2, that you failed to provide any monthly reports to the Baton Rouge District Probation and Parole since your release, and that you did not report to the Baton Rouge office on 9/25/23 and failed to remain in the office, or that you did report, and you failed to remain in the office to be seen by an agent prior to leaving. How do you plead to that? Did you go to the office and leave without being seen?
Yes, sir.
Guilty. Number 3, you failed to provide a valid address where you could be supervised, and that you absconded supervision by leaving the state of Louisiana and going to Texas without permission, as evidenced by your arrest in Jefferson County, Texas. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
And number 10, that you failed to make any payments toward any of your supervision fees, and you owe $1,323 right now. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
All right. Did you want to make any statements regarding these violations?
With the not providing an address.
Yeah, well, each one. Start with number 2. You want to make a statement regarding leaving the office. You pled guilty. Why did you leave the office?
Because somebody had with my baby mama, and she just had my son and stuff, whatever, and she had, like, the police had got called on her, and like she was going through, she was trying to kill herself, she was going through something with her mom, and I had left and just went straight over there. And I ain't wanted to know. I had stopped it. But she be having problems with her mama and stuff. She's pregnant.
So you went to help your girlfriend?
Yes, sir. She was pregnant.
Why you left the office, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. How about number 3? But you failed to provide an address for them to supervise you, and you got arrested in Texas.
All right.
You got it?
with the address. I had provided the address, but I had got into it like when my grandma was staying with her, whatever. And like I really wanted to try to get from down because I ain't really want to get in trouble down here. Why ain't and yeah, so much stuff be going on down here. And I was staying with my mom and I was trying to go back to school. I had signed for GED school, whatever down there, but I wasn't trying to run in there. It just so much stuff was going on, and I was trying to just, basically start a new life and stay out of trouble, stay out the way. I wasn't trying to really.
All right. What about the money? You didn't pay any money?
No, sir. I had just started a job down there. I had just started working down there. I had just signed up for school, whatever.
Okay. That pretty much answers those questions. We have your mother here on Zoom in support of you and would like to speak, Miss Adrienne Davis.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and tell us what you got to say.
My name's Cindy Davis. This is my son be using for his football thing, but I'm Cindy Davis. I'm Johnny Simmons' mother.
Okay. Cindy?
Yes, Cindy.
All right. Go ahead and give us what you want us to know.
Okay. Johnny is on. I didn't know I thought he was on probation, but he's on parole. And I talked to Mr. Noah Brown. He told me he was on parole. So I stay out here in Texas now, going on 4 years. And I'm trying to get my son to come out here where he could do better because Baton Rouge is not the same anymore. Don't know parent or, period, don't want to see their kid down and out, especially when they don't have support. So I'm Johnny the biggest support system. When he wound up getting up on all this stuff going on, I've been trying to contact with someone when this all started, which it was a blind side for me what they had did with my son wound up having all these years on probation or parole. But by me saying that, Johnny was out here working. He just registered the Texas workforce to go back to school to go for welding. And some incident happened to some man that he was talking to, because I have a park where I stay at. They were sitting across the street, and the police wound up talking to the guy, and they wound up getting Johnny, asking what's his name, and they wound up saying he had a help from probation from Louisiana, and that's how he wound up being in this situation, which I didn't know of because he wound up going to about to go to school for welding and start working out here. So trying to get him to get his paperwork to get transferred out here to my house. I stay in a nice house where he have a home to come to get his life together. So I had talked to Mr. Noah about all of this. We had a conversation of this. So he told me he had to mention it to you guys to see how can this get his paperwork transferred to me, to Texas.
All right. So you want to give him a place to live if he's released?
Yes, he have a place. I have a nice size house. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And also he going back to school at Lamar University through workforce, Texas Commission Workforce.
All right. Thank you for your input. Mr. Prater, you want to take it over from here with questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Simmons?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me see you up there on that. I want to look you in the eye on this, man. There you go. Mr. Simmons, I got just a pretty simple question. Why? You get out on parole, you got a simple rule of show up, tell us where you are, and you can't even do that. Why?
Cause they had like stuff going on down here, and I was just wanting to get from down here, like all kind of stuff be going on. Like I'm just scared to be down here, really. I've been in jail for my whole 20s. I just got out in 2022. I'm just really want to get from down and be around my mom, my family, and that's the only place that I really got. That's the only place I really have right now. I don't have nobody else.
Okay, but you screwed up and got thrown in jail, and then the state says, okay, we think you can be paroled out. We're gonna see if we can trust you'll follow the rules this time, and you don't follow the rules. Okay, why should we trust you? Okay, you got stuff going on, but your main stuff going on ought to be to report to your parole officer. so that we can know whether to trust you or not.
I wasn't trying to run. I wasn't trying to run or nothing like that. Or nothing. I know I messed up and just.
Okay, how many times have you been arrested for absconding from parole and not reporting like you're supposed to?
Like one or two times. One time, I really ain't never got charged with scoundrels and when seen it one time. Like,
No, you got one time you got arrested for not reporting and you had 15 days or something, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then one time you got arrested and you got a reprimand or something like that again, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then now you got arrested and you're still in jail. Hey, I got a question. Have you ever reported to your parole officer?
There's one time, and I ain't lying. Like I really, like every time, I ain't gonna even lie. Like when I call and try to talk to him, try to get in contact with him, most of the times he don't be in his office a lot. He always be gone, and every time I call, he'll be gone somewhere. And last time I went up there to go see him, he wasn't there. At that time when I was there, he wasn't there.
And that's when you left.
Sir.
That's when you left, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had somebody else in there. He wasn't in there. They had somebody else talking to me in there.
Okay.
And the man they were talking to me, like he ain't liking me when trying to hit nothing I was saying. Like he just threatened me, talking about some old charge from when I was locked up when I was 17, trying to tell me something. He ready for to lock me back up, all kinds of stuff like that, and he don't even know me.
Okay. I think we wasted about enough time talking to you, Mr. Simmons. I don't have any other questions.
Do you have any questions? All right, it's time to vote. Mr. Prater, how you?
I vote he be revoked. You got to learn to follow the rules, and you ain't even started following the rules. So until you can follow the rules, you're gonna need to be in jail.
Mr. Duke?
Mr. Simmons, I don't want to see you as a second-class offender. The only way that that's going to happen is if you look at those parole conditions when you get out, because you're on paper to 2029, and you follow those conditions. I don't care what's going on, but I'm voting to revoke today.
I'm gonna have to concur with my colleagues and vote to revoke today too. Mr. Simmons, today your parole has been revoked. And this concludes our business with Mr. Simmons.
So how much time I have left on papers then?
What do revoke mean? Hold on. What do revoke mean?
I mean, maybe try to bag up my time on papers or whatever they talking about. Get how much time I got left on, how much I have left on papers.
They're gonna calculate and send it to you.
You'll get it. You'll get it. We're gonna calculate and send it to you.
It's all night.
Yeah, we need to call.
Knighten, Knighten is next.
Can we have Kevin Knight up next? You're on mute.
Can we get Kevin Knighten to be the next person up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just have a seat right there.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is November 14th, 2024. My name is Danny Barra, serving as the chairman today. I have Mr. Prater to my right, and Mr. Ledoux to my left. The panel is at headquarters, and our remote location is at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. We're taking up a hearing on Kevin Knighten. Could you please introduce yourself and give us your full DOC number for the record? You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Hey, how you doing? My name Kevin Knighten. DOC number 7162 51.
All right. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire sheet in front of you right there?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And by that signature and those questions asked, it was determined that you're not eligible for appointed counsel for the purpose of this hearing. So we're gonna go over the hearing with you. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read the violation against you, and I'm gonna ask for your plea on each one. You can either say guilty with a statement, means you want to explain it, or not guilty. And we'll go through them and then we'll get the statements. So the first one is violation alleged is that on December the 17th, 2023, a notice was received of you being arrested by the Baton Rouge City Police Department for a warrant issued by East Baton Rouge Sheriff on the offense of domestic abuse, battery, child endangerment, theft of a motor vehicle, simple kidnapping, which occurred on September 12th, 2023. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. On the second one is, according to the records, you currently owe 628 in arrearages on your supervision fees. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty, sir.
All right. Case is assigned to me, so I'm going to go a little deeper into the violations. Would you go ahead and tell us about condition number 4, why you think you're not guilty on that one?
Because I didn't hurt anyone. I couldn't commit a crime or nothing like that.
You didn't hurt anyone and you didn't commit a crime.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just tell you what the officer said about it. The report indicated the victim stated that the subject was waiting in a car when she got off of work. He then slapped her multiple times, forcing her out of the driver's seat, and took control of the vehicle, driving away with her. The report states that he later stopped the car, slapped her 7 or 8 more times, and eventually she convinced him to stop at her grandmother's house by faking a panic attack, and she got out of the vehicle and then you left in the car. Does that jog your memory at all? Did you take part in any of that?
No, sir.
You wasn't there?
No, sir.
You never slapped her and you never took her car?
No, sir.
It also says the charges were ultimately dismissed due to uncooperative witness. And number 10, you had already pled guilty to that. So what is your relationship to this victim who's making these claims against you?
She's was the mother of one of my child. We had a miscarriage.
So she doesn't have a child? She was the mother but had a miscarriage?
Yes, sir.
So y'all don't have a child together because of that miscarriage?
Yes, sir.
And you, at the time, would you consider her your girlfriend or you dating her or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll open it up for questions from the panel. Well, wait, hold on. Before we open it up to questions from the panel, we have a couple of people in support of you. Let's hear from the people that are in support. We have Miss Erica Scott on Zoom. Ms. Scott, go ahead and tell us what you got to say about Mr. Knighten.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
That's my son. He was out doing good. He had a job. He had got his own house and car. And I wanted him to come home because his baby mama got killed and his son is foster care. And he really needs to get out to get his son. And I was proud of him doing so well until this false stuff happened that his girlfriend accused him of. He was doing good.
Thank you for those comments. We also have Lakeisha Jones, who is actually the victim in this case. Ms. Jones, would you tell us what you got to say about it?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
That was like they say, everything was a misunderstanding. He didn't touch me. I was just going through like depression, which is something I deal with on a daily basis. I gave him my car to drop me off at work and pick me back up. Like I told the detective that came out, which I tried numerous times to drop the charges and everything. But they kept telling me no when I couldn't. So that's how we end up here. But other than that, Kevin is no harm to me, no threat to me. He makes sure me and my kids are straight. And you know, I'm ready for him to come home.
So I've got a question. How do we know if you're telling us the truth? Now are you telling us the truth to the police then?
I'm telling you the truth. Like, I'm the only person that can really speak on everything.
Are you're driving?
I'm headed to my house.
You need to pull over if you want to continue to talk to us. It's not safe for what you're doing.
All right, I'm gonna do that right now. All right, I'm at a stopping point.
All right. So did you hear my last question?
What you said?
I don't know if, how do I know that you're telling me the truth right now? That he did nothing and he's not a threat to you? Or you were telling the truth to the police earlier when you filed the police report that said he slapped you, he took your car, he slapped you again, he took your car? Which day is the truth?
First off, I didn't tell nobody that. When the lady came to the house, when she came to my grandmother's house, I didn't even talk to her. I was laying down in the bed. She the one came in there talking about some, get up and talk to her, and my grandmother told her this and that. I never once told her anything.
So you're saying that he did not touch you or hurt you or anything? No,
he did not.
He didn't touch you, he didn't hurt you?
No, he did not.
And earlier you just said that you were positive that you had no fear of him, that you're not scared of him retaliating. There's nothing like that that you're worried about, right?
No, sir, nothing like that at all.
Okay. That's all the questions I had at this point. Mr. Prater, you have a question?
I got a ton of questions, but I don't know if they'll be answered truthfully.
Do you have any questions?
Who called the police?
What you said? Hello?
Who called the police?
My little sister.
Who?
My little sister.
Why would she call the police?
She called the police because I was mad.
Because
And of course,
Please.
Of course, like I say, my family, they are against my relationship with him.
So why would she call the police?
Because she saw me come inside mad and not talking, and my grandma was fussing or whatever, and my sister just picked up the phone. That's what she do.
Jones said she had a brief call and only told her mom to call the police when you were at Walgreens. You were going to Walgreens and you stopped. You know, it's illegal to file a false police report. Did you know that that is a crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm not beating you up. I'm just trying to get
Oh,
to
I know. I'm telling you what happened. Like, I didn't call.
Your grandmother even reported that you had a bloody nose. What was up with that?
My nose was not bleeding. My shirt was not messed up. She also said my shirt was full of blood. My shirt was never full of blood. None of that.
Your grandmother lied. Okay. Any other questions?
And we have the reports here and we have all the police call outs and everything. Have the police ever been, I want to hear what your statement is about this. Have the police ever been called about a dispute between you and Mr. Knighten?
No. This right here is the first, this right here is the first, like, the first time something ever, was called against me. This right here is it, nothing else.
Okay. Any more questions for her or Mr. Knighten? All right. Well, thank you for your input. Mr. Knighten, do you have anything else you want to say before we vote?
I just wanted to make a home my child. None of this ever happened. I never did anything. Nothing to harm anybody. All I did was go to work. I checked in with my old parole officer, Mr. McClinton. I kept a clean sheet out there. I never felt any drug tests. I kept 2 jobs. I took care of my kids well and my family. I came home, did what I was supposed to do. This is the first incident. I don't know how it occurred to this, but it's a lot going on between her grandma and them. I just feel like they're against me. They don't like me. I never did anything wrong.
All right. Ready to vote? All right, Mr. Knighten, I am gonna vote to reinstate your parole with the special condition that you have absolutely no contact with Jaquisha Jones.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, this relationship is toxic. It's gonna cause some problems for you in the future. So I'm putting that condition in place to protect you from yourself.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's my vote. I'm only one. Ready?
I can.
I don't believe either one of you. I don't believe either one of you. Something had to be going on for a police report, for them to go in depth, trying to find your vehicle that your mom was driving and everything else. My vote is to revoke. I'm sorry. I just don't believe, I believe the police report. Okay, that's what I believe. I believe that based on this police report, there was evidence of violation of your parole condition. My vote's to revoke.
I'm also gonna add, besides that condition with no contact with the victim, I'm gonna add an anger management class.
It doesn't matter. Had to be unanimous.
Oh, it's gotta be three?
Yes.
Oh, well, correct me. It needs to be a unanimous vote, so today your parole has been revoked. And that will conclude our hearings with you. Thank you.
So, you know, take your space.
Yeah. All right, now, maybe we get to you.
Oh, and four.
Yeah. Well, one of them voted to reinstate his parole, but
All right. The parole board is called back to order. It's November 14th, 2023. Time is 11:24 a.m. And we are going to refer back to the previous hearing that we just completed on Kevin Knighten, DOC 712651. We need to make a clarification in that Mr. Knighten vote was not a unanimous vote. So the rules of revocation hearing state that it does not need to be a unanimous vote. So his probation, parole has been reinstated, not revoked. So Kevin Knighten, your parole has been reinstated under the condition that you have no contact with Ms. Jaquith, whatever, however you pronounce her name, and also complete anger management. And the reason of confusion a little bit is because now the parole hearings have to be unanimous, but a revocation hearing is a majority. So that clarifies that record there. All right. Now we're back at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. And we're looking to talk to Mr. Frederick Johnson. Is that you, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Jackson. All right, Mr. Jackson, would you please state your full name and DOC number for the record?
Frederick Jackson, 598-748.
All right. You have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you on the desk?
Yes, sir.
Is that a document that you see signed by you?
Yes, sir.
That document did not meet the eligibility for appointed counsel based on Supreme Court guidelines. So we're gonna go ahead and just proceed with the hearing. So I'm gonna read the violation against you alleged by the parole officer, and then you're gonna tell me whether you plead guilty, not guilty with a statement, meaning you want to explain it, and guilty with a statement, meaning you want to explain that, or not guilty. So, violation, the first one was violation number 4, that you were engaged in criminal activity and you got charged with domestic abuse with strangulation on April 16th, 2024.
Not guilty.
All right, and the second one is number 10, money violation. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
All right. The case is assigned to me, so I'm going to go a little deeper into it with you. Before I do that, we're going to hear from the mother of your children, Miss Michonne Robinson. Miss Robinson, would you tell us what you have to say?
She's no longer.
She's no longer there?
She is.
Hello?
Yes, Miss Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we had the point in the hearing where you can tell us what you had to say about this violation.
Yes, sir. All righty. So me and Frederick were actually together for about 16, 14 years, and we were engaged. And the breakup was really hard for me. And I found out that he had another child on the way. And cheated on me. So I did make a false statement against Frederick. Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
My screen's working up.
So you filed a report that wasn't true? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. But I spoke with the DA as well before. I went to the DA and I talked to the DA about it as well.
Are y'all still together or plan to be?
No, ma'am.
So are you saying that the only thing that happened that day was your phone got broken?
And I think I just said something about him putting his hands on me or something. Which
Yeah,
he,
they definitely said you were grabbed around the throat.
yes, sir.
That's not true?
No, sir.
Well, the deputies observed that there appeared to be a mark of a handprint on the
With
victim.
I'm sorry. With that deputy, he ended up pulling up Frederick's, I guess they can run their name in the data system. And he was like, he talked about his past. He talked about his past to me, and he was more so of, yeah, okay, I'm gonna do what I have to do to put him in jail. And it was a black guy and white guy. It was two of them, and it was the black guy that was like, he pulled up his name. He was like, yeah, we're gonna do what we have to do to put him in jail.
Did he break your phone?
No, sir.
How'd the phone get broken?
The phone was never broke.
The whole thing was a big lie.
I do apologize.
That's good, but that ain't good enough.
Yes, sir.
Like, cause you wasting our time, you wasting my time. I'm you
Yes,
know,
sir.
with concocting stories like that, if it was concocted. Anyway.
Yes, I do apologize.
What was the point of the story? What were you trying to accomplish?
We were together for 16 years. We have 3 kids together. We were in the process of buying a home. We bought a house, buying a home and a car together. And then all of a sudden he cheated and got someone else pregnant.
He cheated and got someone else pregnant, and that's what did it?
I never been through, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have an excuse for it.
I'm trying to figure out why would you do it? You just told us you did it, or you didn't. You did it and lied.
I guess out of
I'm trying to
spite.
figure out what point was it?
Out of spite.
Why? I'm trying to believe you now, but
Out
I'm
of
trying to
spite,
figure
I
out
was
why.
heartbroken. I was with him since I was 16 years
Right.
old.
Right. Well,
And
that's
he asked me to marry him. And then you turn around and I don't know, you turn around, you break my heart, you cheat on me, and then have a baby. That's hurtful. That hurted me a lot.
well, that makes sense. Basically, you're telling us right now, though, you have no fear of him hurting you, retaliating against you, or anything else, and your recommendation is for him to be released?
Yes, sir.
That's what you're telling us?
Yes, sir. He's a good father to his kids. He's always there for his kids. Before he were incarcerated, he pick his kids, he takes his kids to school, he spends a lot of time with his kids. He is a good father. And I feel bad because my kids are suffering as well. Because it's a lie. Yes, sir.
Do you have any more questions for her? Okay, thank you for sharing that with us. We don't have any more questions for you at this point.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have anything you want to say about this situation before we make a vote?
I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry for wasting his time. I'm sorry to Frederick for putting him in this position. And I hope, we can move forward from it. And I'm so sorry to waste y'all time.
Thank you. How about you, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson, do you have anything that you want to say before we take a vote?
No, sir.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Jackson, in reviewing your probation and parole notes, during this time, you were paroled in September of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many sanctions have you had since you've been on this parole supervision?
I don't understand sanctions like
How many times have you gotten in trouble with parole and they said you're in trouble with us?
I want to say one time.
How about 6? In 2018, you were doing drugs. You had a failed drug test. 2019, absconding. 2019, drugs. 2019, failure to report. 2020, you had some charges that they were dismissed. Does that help you understand?
Yes, ma'am. In 2019 with the absconding and the not reporting, I had a death in my family, and I used to get 90-day passes to stay out to go work in Georgia. And so I used to be late for them sometimes, so I had to come back. But I always talked to my parole officer, and they always signed them back off to me.
That's right, but they did note that that was a failure to report, and that you did eventually report. And so I'm just making note that those are called sanctions.
Oh yes, ma'am. But over the years, though, I improved. You know, I try to do better. I got a job. I stopped doing drugs. I ain't failed a drug test since then.
So what was in 2020? What kind of violation? What happened there?
When I went to jail,
Yep.
I was in somebody's car and I got pulled over and they found some drugs in the car, but I ended up coming to jail and I beat the charge. And since then, I haven't been getting in trouble, though. I was on 8 years parole. So since then, I kind of been doing good. If I say so myself. Got me a job, and I just been working, trying to take care of my kids. But when I first started on parole, it was a little rough for me. I ain't gonna lie. I was going through something. My little brother had died, and I just wasn't really focused, but I had got it together and started focusing.
Well, and then I see that, you know, in 2021, you did have some misdemeanor charges that included some drugs as well. And, you know, that got straightened out. So you have had some problems with drug use since you've been out.
Yes, ma'am.
2021, you were reprimanded for failure to report. Can you understand my concern?
Yes, ma'am. I understand. I totally understand.
I'm really wanting, you're going to be off paper in 2026. My concern is if you need some drug rehab, now would be the time to get it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're not clean and you don't stay clean, you catch another charge. You don't have this grace period of being on probation. So do you have a problem?
I don't mean to cut you off, but I had, you know, I've been drug free since 2021, you know, because the jobs I got, I take random drug tests, you know, so I can finish my parole. I get help out there. I don't mind getting outpatient drug help, you know, but I've been drug free for some years now. That's not really my focus, drugs no more, you know. The job I had, I get random drug tests, so I couldn't do it, and I wouldn't, you know, I just ain't want to go back into that lifestyle anyway because it kept leading me back in jail.
What kind of job were you doing? And can you go back to it?
I had a construction job, but I left that and went worked at Shintech in Addis, Louisiana. That's a PVC powder plant. I was a forklift driver there up until the point I came to jail.
Good. All right.
Are you talking about London construction?
London construction. I left London, but I was like part-time there. So like at Shintech, I worked through the week and I go there on my off days from there. So I kind of had like 2 jobs. I was with London construction part-time.
Because he did write a letter on your behalf saying he would take you back whenever you were released, and you were a good worker.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna call for executive session.
Okay.
Yes, for executive session.
Steve Frank,
Yes.
Dave Ross.
Yeah.
Karen Ledoux.
Yeah.
What's the executive session?
They going in to discuss some stuff amongst themselves. And then they're gonna come back.
Hope they let me go.
Good luck to you. I need $1 million. I wish I could help you there. It sounds good though. Hey, look, as long as you say when you get, if you had it to give, you'd give it to me. Just want to know your heart's in the right place. Hey, fellas! The Murphy's like, hey, gotta get it.
All right, Mr. Jackson, we're back in the session. Got a vote?
Steve Prayer?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Here to do. Yes.
All right, we are back at Mr. Frederick Jackson's revocation hearing that was in progress. We're resuming now and we are going to vote. I've been assigned the case, so I'm going to take the first vote. And I'm going to vote not to revoke your probation today, parole today. We'll vote to put you back on with the special condition that you complete anger management. You're going to have to go to an anger management class and learn how to deal with anger
Yes, sir.
without putting your hands on anybody. And that you're gonna have absolutely no contact with Michonne Robinson. You can't go over there, you can't visit over there. She didn't want nothing to do with you anymore anyway. So this is just to keep you straight.
Yes,
And
sir.
that you make a monthly payment on your parole fees. You're saying you got 2 jobs and it doesn't look like you're paying anything on your fees. So you need to get back on payments, you need to get on anger management, and you need to stay away from Miss Robbins.
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about anger management like 6 months down the line. I'm talking about when you get out, you need to go look for it right then and there and start it.
Yes, sir.
Right, good luck to you. So do?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to explain why my vote is to not revoke. Your original charge this time is criminal damage to property, simple burglary. You have been sanctioned multiple times, but it's been drug charges primarily. I would like to add a condition that you have monthly drug testing by your parole officer until your good time date, I mean, your full term date. But because, and then anger management, like my colleague said. But I don't see the propensity for violence. And I hope I'm right on you. If not, if you come before me, you won't have any chances.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Prater?
Yes, it doesn't really make any difference because it looks like you carried the day. But I would vote to revoke you. I think something happened out there. I think that lady's lying now. I think something did happen. I think that you hadn't been diligent in paying your fees, which is part of your parole, and you know that. You got 2 jobs, you better pay that. So that's the reason I would have voted to revoke, but my vote didn't carry the day. But that's my feelings on it.
Yes, sir.
All right, you needed a 2/3 vote and you got it. So your parole is not revoked today. You'll be continued on parole with those conditions we just talked about.
Yes,
Good luck.
sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. And we're signing off.
Thank you.
At EBR at 11:50. All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is November 14th, 2024. Time is 11:57 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, and I'm serving as the chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Prater to my left and Mr. Ledoux to my right. Panel is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Today, our remote location is Rapides Detention Center number 3. Is there any staff there with you at Rapides?
Yes, sir.
Can they please introduce themselves for the record?
Sergeant Marsh, sir.
All right, thank you. And today we're there for a revocation hearing on Jeffrey Schellenger. Can you state your full name and DOC number for the record?
Jeffrey Schellenger, 527-931.
All right, they should have in front of you a copy of your parole revocation questionnaire.
Yes,
Take
sir.
a look at that. Is that your signature on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
All right, and based on the answers you gave for that revocation questionnaire, it's been determined that you're not eligible for appointed counsel for this hearing based on Supreme Court guidelines. So we'll just go ahead and continue straight into the hearing. I'm going to read the violation against you and ask you to give us a plea for the violation. You can either say guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. And then we'll discuss the statement right after. So we're looking at violation number 4. You failed to refrain from criminal activity in that you appeared in the 9th Judicial District Court before the Honorable Judge Chris Hazel on September 16, 2024, and pled guilty to a lesser offense of simple criminal damage to property, a misdemeanor, and was sentenced to 6 months in the parish prison with credit for time served. How do you plead to that?
Guilty with a statement.
All right. I am, we'll go ahead and we're going to go ahead and hear from you have some supporters on Zoom. We're going to hear from those supporters, and then we'll take up the guilty with the statement and get your final statement after that. So let's start with Lorraine Juneau, a sister.
Yes, sir.
What can you tell us about Mr. Schellenger?
He was doing everything that he was supposed to do when he was here. He was always home. He went to work and came home, and that is it. He helped that girl get back and forth to work, gave her rides back and forth to work. And then she got mad at him and called the cops on him for taking his own TV out of her house. In my eyes, he didn't do anything wrong because it was his TV.
He had a good job.
He had a great job. He went there every day. He paid all of his fines to his parole. I mean, his parole officer loves him.
Anything else?
He's also the caregiver to my grandparents. So he was doing his job or going to work and taking care of our grandparents and their home when he wasn't at work.
Anything else?
That about sums it up.
All right, thank you. We also have Miss Elizabeth Nettles in support. Mother. Go ahead and let us know what you want us to know about him.
She kind of put the icing all over the cake, but yeah, he was needed at home very much so. And I've been back and forth in the hospital, so it's been hard. But he's good.
Thank you for letting us know that. We also have a cousin, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Oh, last name.
He should be pulling up. He had to go back to work, but we did call him. He should be pulling up any minute now. He should be right around the corner. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We're not going to be able to wait for him. If he comes in before we finish the hearing, we'll let him in, but we can't wait.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll go back to Mr. Schellenger. You said you pled not guilty to that violation with a statement. Would you go ahead and give us the statement that you have, what you want to tell us about?
I pled guilty with a statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, they said it. I didn't break into a house. I had the key code to a deadbolt. You know, I mean, I had permission to be there. She basically got mad because I have a fiance and she found out about it and she wanted more than friendship. And I was just laid it down to her. I was just trying to help her out, you know. And when I went and got my TV and my clothes out of her house, like a week and a half later, she got mad and called the police on me and said I broke into her house and stole her TV. I mean, I wasn't doing nothing trying to help the girl out. I did not break into her house. You know, I had all key code. I mean, the door code was 9495. I mean, I could tell you that. I mean, I was out there doing good, going back and forth to work. Like she said, my grandpa, 2 months after I got out of jail, had a mild stroke. So from the waist down, he was paralyzed. I was working basically 2 full-time jobs with that, going back and forth from work during the daytime to change them when he used the bathroom, bathe them and all that, you know. I was anywhere I was at 10:15 at night, that's where I stayed at. I was scared to be out past my curfew. Like I was doing everything I was supposed to do. And this girl just really got mad at me because I didn't want to give her more than a friendship. And when she found out that I had a fiance, I just asked the girl to marry me. And this is where I'm at for it.
I got you. I do have a problem.
I took the lesser charge because my parole officer said with a misdemeanor, just cop out, take a misdemeanor and I'm gonna let you out, you know? So, I mean, if I'd have known I was gonna have to go through all this, I'd have just went to trial and beat it, you know, and got it thrown out because my lawyer said I could have got that done, you know, but I listened to him and took my lesser charge and he said, look, man, I'm gonna talk for you. I'm gonna put in good notes. You're good, you know, this, that, and other. I want to see you back out there. I know this ain't right, you know, so I just did what I was told, you know, and here I am.
Okay, well, I would like to believe that story, but I'm looking at the report from the detective investigating the case, and it says, I, Detective McBride, investigated this incident. I reviewed the camera footage provided by Ms. Connor. I observed a white male attempting to make entry into the home several times before kicking the door open and entering the residence. I researched the name Jeffrey Schellenger and was able to compare the driver's license photo of Mr. Schellenger to the suspect seen on the security camera and was able to confirm that the subject was indeed Jeffrey Schellenger that kicked in the door.
I most definitely didn't kick the door in.
So the video and the cops aligned is what you're saying.
I mean, I know the video showed me coming in and going out. The same thing I told the lawyer. That's why the DA agreed to drop the charge.
Okay.
Who is Mike Paul?
I have no idea who that is.
Do you have any questions?
Did you say the DA agreed to drop the charge or he took a lesser?
When I told him I wanted to see the video and all that, when they offered me, the lawyer lied at first and then they offered me something. And when I told him, well, I said, I'd like to see the video because I know I didn't kick the door in and we'll go to trial with it. Then the lawyer come back and said, okay, well, they don't want to do all that. The DA agreed to drop it to a lesser charge and it was supposed to be criminal trespassing. But I don't know how I got mixed up with criminal damage, and so I said, okay, it's still a misdemeanor. So I guess I just took that.
Okay, the physical evidence shows there was damage to the property. You pled guilty to criminal damage to the property. Okay, I don't have any questions.
Right? You got it? The uncle? Okay. Okay. Or friend? All right, we have Mr. Joseph Taroti, who did show up. Go ahead. How bad did I get your name?
Pretty bad.
What is it?
It's Garut.
Garut, okay. Go ahead and tell us what you got to tell us about Mr. Schellenger.
I mean, he worked underneath me at Tire Toys in Alexandria doing mechanic work. I mean, the man was good in my book. He did his job like he was supposed to. He was on time every day. He did what he was supposed to. Like, he did what he was asked of. He seemed like he was doing right.
Okay.
Now, I can't tell you, all of us tried to warn him about that girl. She is bad business, and we all know her. Like, we all know her, and we all tried to tell him about her. And it ended up exactly how we told him.
Yeah, unfortunately. Thank you for sharing that information with us. We appreciate your input. Does anyone on the panel have questions? Anybody?
I'm looking at the incident report again, and it just says, Mr. Schellenger verbally admitted to kicking in Miss Connor's door and taking the TV. I know you're saying, and I haven't seen the video. You understand that?
I understand.
Without the evidence, I have to believe a police report.
And I understand that. I told my parole officer the same thing. I said, but I never agreed to me saying I ever kicked no door in or nothing like that, or forcefully. Because I had the door code. You know,
Appreciate that. I just have to go with the most credible evidence. So, Mr. Schlesinger, my vote today would be in lieu of revocation for you to go to a work release program. And that way you will have some time in. You have been removed from work release programs in the past, have you not?
So one, I think over here at DC2, I had a $20 bill in my pocket, and we ain't supposed to have nothing but $10.01. So I got a write up, but they never done nothing to write up because the guy, I think the lieutenant was that he said that he understood that $10.01 is what they give us a week over there wasn't enough, so he wasn't gonna do nothing about that. That wasn't even enough to buy whatever.
But you were removed from the work release program.
Yeah, they moved me to boot camp over here, and then I come back over here for my last 4 months. That was right before I got out.
And I think there was another removal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they wrote me up for in Bayou Dorothy. They wrote me up for intoxication, but I ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks. Like, I got sick on the job, and the woman called and said that she didn't know if I was on something or really sick, but they had to come and get me because I couldn't work in the condition I was in. Come to find out, I ended up in the Shreveport hospital for 2 weeks with that. I had a blood infection from staff at the hospital, and that's what was making me sick. And I had 3 recommendation letters from 3 doctors there and everything stating I wasn't on nothing. There was nothing in my system, nothing, but they still wrote me up for intoxication and sent me somewhere.
Here's the thing. If you go to a transition work program, I'm going to find out if they lose again. Okay? That's just one vote.
Mr. Frederick?
The door was injured or damaged. You pled guilty to criminal property damage. The video, according to the detective, shows you doing that. I vote, my vote is to vote.
All right. And my vote is to concur with Mr. Prater on that one because you're on supervision right now for aggravated criminal damage to property. And then you have another criminal damage to property conviction while you're on supervision. And all the evidence and video is saying that you did it. I mean, so I have no choice but to vote with Mr. Prater. So What this means is it's a two-third vote to revoke your parole and it's based on due to the evidence of the break-in on video. So this would conclude our meeting today at Rapides Detention Center number 3, and your parole has been revoked.
Well, that's,
All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is November 14th, 2024. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Prater to my left, Ms. Ledoux to my right. Panel today is located in headquarters, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The remote location for today is St. Tammany Parish Jail. Is there any staff in the room present? Could you please
Yes, sir. Corporal Jonathan Lott.
Thank you. We have a hearing scheduled today for Kelden Barnes. Is Kelden there?
Yes, sir. He's stepping out right now. Right here. Hang on, let's get that for your signature and social.
Can you see me?
Yeah, you can see.
All right, Mr. Barnes,
Yeah, how you doing?
can you please give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Kelden Barnes, Kelden Jerome Barnes, DOC number 636-529.
All right. There should be a parole revocation hearing questionnaire sheet in front of you.
Yes,
Do you,
sir.
you see that sheet?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on that sheet?
Yes, sir.
That means you reviewed that sheet with your parole officer and they determined that you were not eligible for appointed counsel by the Supreme Court guidelines for this particular hearing. So we'll just go ahead on with the hearing. I'm going to read you the violations and ask you to plead either guilty with a statement, or not guilty. And then we'll review back the guilty with a statement and talk about those a little bit later.
Yes,
So
sir.
the first one. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah.
First one is number 4. On or about July 25th, 24, you committed the violation of a protective order.
That's all my bad.
How do you plead to that?
I guess guilty with a statement.
Guilty with a statement.
Guilty with a statement mean I get to speak, right?
Right.
Okay.
All right, the second violation is that you are in arrears on your parole fees by $252. How do you plead to that?
Guilty with a statement.
All right, thank you. We have some people here to speak on your behalf, so we're going to go on to those. We have Tanika Chisley, your
Yes, sir.
mother.
That's my mom.
Okay, would you go ahead and tell us what you have to say, Ms. Chisley?
Hello, are y'all able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, hello. I am Kelden Barnes's mom, and I'm understanding, from my understanding, he is been retained for some obligations of a violation that I don't believe we were aware of, that he wasn't aware of. I think he may have been locked up at the time of that, at the time he received that information of a, what was it called?
Protective order.
Protective order, yes, yes, thank you so much, of that protective order. He wasn't aware of it. And he has not been able to get a job to pay his fees and things that he is owed on. That's something I'm able to help him on, to help him take care of. If he's able to come home, I already have a job lined up for him so he can get on his feet and start doing the things he should be doing, and taking care of his kids and things like that.
All right, well, thank you for that information. We also have Kelvin Chisley.
That be me?
Yes, sir.
I'm just want my son home, man. I miss my child. I'm up in age, and blind, I'm sick, and I want my child home with me so I can love on him and miss him. I miss my boy. You know, just want him home to do right. That's it.
Okay.
All right.
All right. We also have Michelle Bennett. You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say that at the time that this protection order was put in place, Kelden was incarcerated, and the court minutes even show that he was never served with this protection order, and he had no knowledge of it. And the sentencing judge even was aware of that and let him go, but his parole officer still wanted him to come before y'all.
Thank you for providing us with that information. All right, Mr. Barnes, let's go back to you.
Yes, sir.
You pled guilty with a statement for the violation of the protective order. Go ahead and tell us what you have to say about that.
Yes, sir. I pled guilty because my parole officer told me technically it was it's in the protective order registry, it's active. When I went in front of Judge Keller October 10th, he said technically you are guilty, but he accepted the excuse of me being incarcerated when the protection order was issued. I never was served. I never knew nothing about it. I didn't pursue conversation with the girl. We have 3 kids together. When I came home from prison, I did 2.5 years. I came home from prison maybe 2 months later. She told me she was in a bad spot, needed somewhere to stay. I asked Michelle, can she live with us with my 3 kids? She told me she could. She had to stay away from me in the room upstairs. At some point, maybe a month in, she told me she felt uncomfortable. She couldn't handle seeing me love Michelle, so she moved out. I still never knew nothing about this protection order. I never threatened her, never hurt her, never no fight. She moved out. I called, asking to see my kids. I was like, I mind you, I've been gone 2.5 years. So I was seeing my kids every day. So I was loving it. And so I called her a few times. She ignored it. She didn't want the kids around Michelle. So she told me if I call again, she'll call the police. And somehow I get arrested. Me and Michelle laying down one night. The police come into the house and said I quote unquote pissed off the mayor's niece and arrested me for violating the protection order that I never knew nothing about. I honestly never knew nothing about it. And apparently there's a protection order her mother put against me as well. I never was served with that, never signed that. But my parole officer said it's active right now as well. And I don't know how. I've never been served with it to this day. I've never been served with either one. And Judge Keller was my sentencing judge. I'm on probation and parole at the same time. October 10th was my revocation hearing for this matter. And Judge Keller lifted my hold, and he told me I had to take classes that I had to take. And he lifted the hold because he understood that the court minutes state that I wasn't present and I did not know about this restraining order. Okay, 1 second.
I got a couple questions.
I just asked for mercy and asked that you guys let me home. I miss my kids. I can't see the 3 kids I have with this particular girl, but I have 2 other kids. Now I have an 11-year-old. She's my heart. I just missed her first formal dance, pretty pretty homecoming gown. I'm missing my 6-year-old playing t-ball. I'm active in their life. It's a lot going on, man, that I'm missing out on, and I have no new charge. They never charged me with anything. I have no charge. It just says it's a civil protection order that I violated, and I hope you guys really understand me and please believe me and let me back home to my family.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is the victim in the violation, in this case, Mallory Talley?
Yes,
That's right.
sir. Yes,
Is
sir.
is that the same person that was the victim of the domestic abuse battery that you're on parole supervision for, or that was somebody different?
That's not her, no, sir.
So who, the domestic abuse battery and battery of a dating partner that you got convicted of that you're on supervision for right now, who was the victim in that case?
That's Michelle.
Michelle.
Right, Michelle Bennett, the one that just talked to you, sir.
And then after that, you had Miss Mallory Talley, who she's the alleged victim of the second round.
No, sir. Me and Mallory had a domestic abuse case, I want to say in 2018, 2019. I never was, we had restraining orders filed from her parent, but I never was like, I didn't get in trouble for it. I didn't get in, I did time for it, but not like prison time. That was child endangerment. That was a charge before. I just did 2.5 years in Concordia for domestic abuse battery against Michelle and bank fraud.
All right. Any more questions?
So you have not been billed with this violation, I mean, criminal charges in this case?
No, ma'am. It's been 4 months. I've been incarcerated for 4 months. No charges, no bill. And I think the reason that they don't file charges is because the court minutes really state, and my parole officer have a copy of them. They were shown at my court case, my revocation hearing for my probation on October 10th, that the court minutes state when the protection order was granted in civil court that I wasn't there. I wasn't served. I wasn't present in court. They never told me about. I never knew. And when I was released from DOC, I asked Ms. Book. I don't know if y'all guys are familiar with Ms. Book. She works at Concordia. She's over DOC there. I asked her, are there any stipulations when I go home? I also asked Ms. West, are there any stipulations? And they both told me no stipulations. And I come to find out I have a class to take. Judge Keller gave me until November 21st to start those classes, but I've been incarcerated still. I plan on starting those classes if you guys let me home as ASAP. Protection, I think it was domestic intervention.
I'm gonna move for
Let me read this one sentence to you, because the allegation is you didn't know anything about the protective order. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, this is in the police report. It says Deputy Winturin was unable to confirm the validity of the allegation that Barnes was actually the person contacting her at the time. But he goes on to say that, let me find my place here. Says he noted the protective order was listed under docket such and such, issued November 30th, 2022. The expiration date was stamped entitled until final disposition. Talley was the protected person and Barnes was the defendant. Barnes was served with the protective order on November 30th, 2022.
Yes, sir. That's a different protective order. That was, like you just said, it said it was effective until further due. It was effective until I took my time in March. That was issued in November 2022. I was still in St. Tammany Parish. I took my time in March 23 and I was shipped to Concordia. This new protective order was done in March or in April after I was already locked up. This is not the one that was, once I took my time, and this was mentioned in court too on October 10th, because Judge Keller didn't know what was going on. He asked me, was me and Mallory together? He said the one that he put, it was done when I took my time. It was effective then, it was done then. This new one was done, no one knows how it's active. My mom contacted several attorneys and they say it's dismissed. It was a motion to be dismissed. I really don't know nothing about it. I haven't contacted her at all for that one that you're saying in November 2022. I remember being served for that one. I was in D 700 at that time. I remember that, but the new one, this one, I don't know. I promise you, I never was served with it. I never knew anything about it.
Okay, wasn't a lifetime protective order?
Sir?
It wasn't a lifetime protective order?
Apparently, this is the new protective order, is a lifetime protection order. That one was, it said it was effective until further notice, and it ended, the date it said ended, I had a copy of it. The date it said ended was my court date that I was sentenced on.
All right, any more questions? I'm gonna move for executive session.
I'll second.
Steve Frank,
Yes.
Danny Malross.
Yes.
Gary LeDoux.
Yeah. We're gonna be in executive session for a minute. We'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Tell my mama, hey mama, hey, love y'all. Man.
All right, we make a motion to go back into session?
Danny Barbara,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yes.
Steve Furtick.
Yes.
Yes. Time now is 12:41 and we are back in session on the hearing with Mr. Kelden Barnes, and it's time to take a vote. I'm assigned the case, so I'll play the first vote. Mr. Barnes, I'm gonna have to vote to revoke your parole based on all these different violations and of the protective orders that we've read, that the parole officer has documented, and that there's all documented. So, and you're on for a domestic abuse battery. So my vote today is to revoke parole.
I concur.
Yes, I do.
Sir, I feel like with two protective orders, you know, there's some concern there about public safety for me. So my vote is to revoke.
So based on this vote, your parole has been revoked, and this concludes our business today at the St. Tammany Parish Jail. Thank you. All right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is November 14th, 2024. The time is 11:47. My name is Danny Barra, serving as the chairman today. I have Mr. Prater on my left and Ms. Ledoux on my right. The panel today is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and our remote location is West Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Is there any staff there in the room? Would they please introduce themselves?
Yes, sir. This is Deputy Morgan.
Deputy Morgan, thank you. And we have a hearing today on William Perkins.
Yes, sir.
And you're William?
Yes, sir.
Please identify your full name and your DOC number for the record.
William Perkins, 433979.
All right. You have a parole revocation questionnaire on the desk in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that your signature on the bottom of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that indicates that you went over that questionnaire with your parole officer, and it was determined by Supreme Court guidelines you're not eligible for appointed counsel for this particular hearing. So we're going to go ahead and proceed with you. I'm going to list the violations and ask you to give me a plea of either guilty with a statement, meaning you want to tell us about it, or not guilty. And you have been charged with violations by your parole officer of condition number 4. You committed the offense of simple assault, misdemeanor, as evident by your arrest by the Port Allen Police Department on 6/5/24. The 18th Judicial District Attorney's Office billed you with simple assault, misdemeanor, and on 10/2/24, the charges were now processed by the District Attorney's Office due to the victim failing to appear after subpoena. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty with a statement.
And the second violation is that you didn't pay your parole fees timely, and you have a balance of $1,575. How do you plead to that?
Guilty with a statement.
All right. We don't have anybody wishing to speak on your behalf or in opposition. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ledoux, who's assigned your case, to probe that guilty with a statement a little bit more in detail. And
So what is your statement, sir?
On which account?
I'm not concerned with the number 10, the money. I want to hear about the criminal activity.
The simple assault, well, it was a friend that put falsely accused charge on me and wanted me to pay them $5,000 to drop the charges.
Oh my goodness. That is so different than this entire report that I've read. I read that you had I wouldn't say girlfriend, a person that you were having sexual relationship with, and she showed up and you went out to the car and hit her and she charged you, and I don't know. You tell me what happened. I'm looking at the police report.
Okay. I was at work on break.
Yeah.
I passed her car. She passed my car. I made it home.
Who is she?
Jamie. We passed each other on my way home from break. She followed me to my house. Came pulling my mama's yard, was cussing and fussing. I told her, get out of my mama's yard. I went back to, as I was headed back to work, I stopped in front of her house and I told her that's what dick do you. That's what good dick do you. You heard me? Went back to work. Was headed back to work. That's when the police stopped me, told me that I had assaulted her. So they brought me to the police station, read me the report. I had my witness, which was my sister and my coworker that saw her in front of my mama's house. The police asked her, what happened to your lip? Well, she stated that I hit her, which I never made it to a vehicle. Then she told the police I hit her or whatever. And which she had a fight earlier that day with somebody on Facebook. I really don't know the situation with her lip or whatever. But she had a fight with some other female that same day. And That's all I can say. Like, all I can say is I cursed at her in front of my mama's house.
You have some pretty foul language from the report. Have you been sanctioned on this period of supervision? You were paroled March 11, 2022. You were detained 6/6/2024. Were you sanctioned during this period of supervision by your parole officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what were you sanctioned for?
The charge.
Okay. Before that,
I don't understand what you asking me.
so did your parole officer give you any kind of
Oh, I was on the ankle monitor.
yes, and what else? Why? What else have you done?
When?
11/16/2022, you were positive for drugs.
Oh yeah, he gave me that ankle monitor for faint line of marijuana. And he gave me substance abuse class, which I was still taking.
You were still taking?
Mm-hmm. I was still taking substance abuse class.
And I did read that you were going to your sex offender classes too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I saw that. You have a substance abuse problem? Be honest. I mean, I have your report.
Yeah, I kept felon for marijuana.
Yeah, okay. Do you know that you have a protective order that's been issued by the court for this victim?
They dismissed all that.
Even the protective order?
All that was dismissed. The charge and all was dismissed on the 2nd.
Okay, I knew that she failed to appear and they dropped charges, but I didn't know if the protective order was dropped.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've read your file. I don't have any other questions.
Raider, you got something? No. How many times would you say that you tested positive for drugs with your parole officer?
Twice.
Right. And you were arrested, it looks like, for possession of marijuana, possession of Schedule 2 and obstruction of justice, correct? While on supervision that's what you got the ankle monitor for?
No, sir.
No? How did that work out? What did
Well,
you
he
get?
gave me that when I was released. Yes, sir, when I was released. But the charge was dismissed on me because somebody else, it was found that the charge was dismissed on me.
That charge was dismissed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions? Well, I guess we are ready to vote. Ms. Ledoux, I think it's your case.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins, you're a 5th felony offender. So this is not your first rodeo.
No, ma'am.
While you were incarcerated, did you have any substance abuse classes while incarcerated?
This time, no, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Perkins, I think that's what is appropriate in this case. I would hope that when you're free of illegal substances, that your mind would be a little more clear and that you wouldn't make some of the decisions you're making. My vote today is in lieu of outright revocation to send you to DOC long-term substance abuse so that you can, some treatment so that you will come out a little better prepared. So instead of sending you back to jail until 2028, you would go to a long-term substance abuse program in DOC. Would you be willing to do that?
Ma'am?
Would you be willing to do that?
I mean, yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you're not, then you can just go back to jail and sit.
I say yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's just my vote.
All right, Mr. Prater?
Because of your continuous problems with supervision as far as the drugs and getting arrested and the other things. I just don't think that parole is something that you earn, and it gives us a chance to see if you will abide by the rules. You got to avoid the appearance of impropriety in everything that you do. You got to be the model citizen. And from what I've seen from your history while you've been on supervision and this particular instance, it doesn't look like to me that you're the model of what we expect of people living amongst us. And my vote is to revoke.
Well, Mr. Perkins, I see you as a fifth offender with I'm gonna go with Ms. Ledoux on this one. In lieu of revocation, we're gonna try you out into substance abuse and see how that worked out.
What would I, like, what is that?
That means they're gonna take you from there and bring you to the substance abuse place, and you're gonna finish the treatment there. And then once you finish it, then you can be released.
It's
If
6
you
to 9
don't
months.
finish, then you don't get out. So this would conclude our business with Mr. Perkins today. He's been reinstated in lieu of revocation substance abuse, long-term at a DOC facility. It concludes our business.
I need to say something. You need to be thankful for this vote. You don't act like you're agreeing with this vote. I'm just reading body language.
I believe he's a little confused, ma'am. He was trying to understand what exactly it entails.
And you'll explain it to him, and I hope he's satisfied with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And this will conclude our business with everybody today, and we'll adjourn at 12:59 p.m. That's the 59.